Nice Mohammad Halikan. As members of the Honorary Life Membership Nominations Committee for the duration of the 61st IPSF World Congress. I'll open the floor for discussion on this matter. Oh, for motivation, I will give the floor to Ron. Sorry.
So, for those who don't know what the Honorary Life Membership Nominations Committee is, it's a committee that assesses the nominations that come in for Honorary Life Membership, which those nominations can be handed in by the official delegates. You can send it to secretary@ipsf.org, or you know what, send it to president@ipsf.org, since our section is not here right now, just to be short. And then we will pass on these nominations to the committee. They will assess that we have to set the deadline for tomorrow before lunch, so that the committee has time to go over the nominations during lunch, and then hopefully we can take the point after the agenda point of Honorary Life Membership after lunch tomorrow. It is traditionally the last point of the agenda, so somewhere along the way after lunch we will do the Honorary Life Membership. For that, we've asked Morty, Sami, and Ame, since they are the three most experienced participants who are here at the moment, and they will know a large portion of the people who might be nominated. That's it for me.
Okay, so if necessary, I'll open the floor for discussion. BPHE Germany.
I like BPHE Germany. It's basically I want to have some more information. If we want to nominate a candidate for this honorable life membership, do we have to write a text for why and something like this, or?
I'll give the floor to Ron.
So for the nominations, you can send an email stating who you want to nominate, the reasons. If you look in the official documents, it's stated what the criteria for HLM membership is, and just like how do you think that they live up to that. And then the nominations committee will go over it, and they'll discuss you presenting why you want that person to be nominated. Is that clear for everyone? Good.
All right, the floor is still open. I'll take any additional comments, questions, or concerns from the GA. If not, I will close the floor for discussion, and we can move on to a vote on this. Anybody opposed to this motion, please raise your voting cards high. Any abstentions? In this case, the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, so with that being said, I think it's time for us to move to a break. And I will now turn the microphone over to Ron. We should do that. It's a great idea. So we're going to suspend the standing orders. I have CAPSA Canada, followed by IPHE, SA, and Iran. All those opposed to suspending the standing orders, please raise your voting cards high. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I will now turn it over to Ron to perform the roll call.
So here we go. Next, Australia, Austria, CAPSA Canada, AFRA, Argentina, delegated to CAPSA Canada, CPSA Croatia, CPSA Czech Republic, South Denmark, IPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, ANA France, BPHE Germany, GPSA Ghana, IPSF India, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IPHSA Iran, IPSA Japan, GPSA Jordan, KIPSA Kenya, as SAPSF delegated to KIPSA Kenya, KNAPS, South Republic of Korea, MyPSA Malaysia, KPSA the Netherlands, PANS Nigeria, So, APA Portugal, with Spain to APA Portugal, plus for Romania, NAPS for Serbia, NAPS for Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SPSA Slovenia, SPSA Sudan, SNAPS Sweden, ASAP Switzerland, PSVT Thailand, TPAYC Turkey, ATA Tunisia, ASECA Algeria delegated to ATA Tunisia, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASB United States, and Costa Rica delegated to United States. That's it. Go have a coffee break, guys. 15 minutes. So we'll be back here at 11:15. Thank you, guys.
I'll turn it over to Ron to perform the roll call.
Ready? So next Australia, A for Austria, CAPSA Canada, A for delegated to CAPSA Canada, CPSA Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic, SUB Denmark, IPSF Egypt, IPSF Finland, NFNAS, BPHE Germany, GPSA Ghana, IPSF India, ISMFARS Indonesia, IPHSA Iran, APSA Japan, GPSA Jordan, CAPSA Kenya, SAPSF South Africa delegated to CAPSA Kenya. KNAPS Korea not present, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPC the Netherlands, HANS Nigeria, YP Poland, Hungary delegated to YP Poland. Then we have APA Portugal with 5th Spain delegated to APA Portugal. FASTER Romania, NAPS Serbia, NUSP Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHIS Slovenia, SPSF. Slovakia is not present. SHIS Slovenia, SPSF Sudan, SNAPS Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, TEPS not present. They're not present. TPAYC Turkey, ATEP Tunisia, ASEPA Algeria delegates to ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASB United States of America, Costa Rica delegated to APHA ASB, ZPSA Zimbabwe, and RPSA Rwanda delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe.
Thirty-nine member countries voting. Present and voting. Okay. I'm going to check the slides up from the screen. Thank you. Can I confirm the live stream is on? Is the live stream on? Yes, thank you. Okay, so we're all here. We're all having a great time. Loving it. So, can I have a proposer to resume the standing orders in PSV of Maryland, followed by CPSA Croatia? Anybody opposed to resuming the standing orders? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Back in session. And the next point in the agenda is the budget of the chairperson of the 61st IPSF World Congress Reception Committee, 2014-2015. just going to change around the arrangement of the screens, but we can continue. Okay, just to get everybody up to speed, the issue here is that, oh, sorry, I have a technical from EPSA at the back.
Katarzyna, Mr. President, do you actually need to, like, in the motion, adopt the budget of the chairperson, or should actually be more like without chairperson, but like adopts the budget of the 61st IPSF World Congress? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, we will adjust that. Just to get everybody up to speed with the technicalities that are going on. Yeah, so as you can see over the course of the General Assembly, we've had these screens operating out of 3. We are only able to have 2 at a time. Apparently, the host, Marriott, charges us more if we're using all 3 at the same time. So, with respect to our delegates over here who can't quite see this screen and cannot see that screen at all, we're going to put this one back up and we're going to put this one down. Is that acceptable to everybody? So if I've got these 2 screens here, can everybody see one of them? The motion cards from everybody. Great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to go forward with this motion, and I'll read it out again as it's corrected now. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the budget of the 61st IPSF World Congress Reception Committee 2014 to 2015 to provide motivation. I will give the floor to the chairperson and treasurer of the current RC, Neha and Rahul. Please come to the stage. You have 3 minutes and it will be time. Yes. note to everybody, the updated budget in euros was updated to the box, so you should be able to pull it up on your computers, cell phones, or tablets. Technical from BBHC Germany. Can I get a microphone to Germany?
Just tell us the title, which of the 3 or 4 documents is now.
Chris BBHC Germany, there are actually 3 budgets for the World Congress inside, and there's one with the date corrected and uploaded on the 8th of August, which is tomorrow.
Time mistake, but that's the newest version.
Okay.
That should be the 7th.
Okay, then it's better. Thank you.
Okay, technical. It'll explain year to date. So, I will now give the floor to Neha and Rahul to provide a 3-minute motivation for this motion. I'll just give a tap. That's, we got 1 minute left.
Is it visible to everyone?
Read the motion card so you can see it properly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to serve as a treasurer for the World Congress. I hope you're having a pleasant time. So, considering the finance part of the budget for this particular Congress, I have divided into 2 parts. That's the outflow and the inflow. And in outflow, again, I have mentioned amount in INR, that's Indian rupees, and also in euro. Now, what do you mean by YTD? YTD is the year till date, like whatever is the expense or inflow till date. Okay, so I'll just read on carefully, and if you all have any doubts, can you let me know? So the first one is the accommodation. We had all calculated that we'd have around 400 delegates, international delegates, and according to that, we had booked 200 rooms in Marriott, considering double occupancy. But unfortunately, we did not get that much delegate. But as per contract, we had to pay for 200 rooms. So we completed our payment of 1 crore to Marriott in that case. Second is meal for the non-residential Indian delegates, which we had accounted. We'll have 100 non-residential Indian delegates who will be attending this particular conference. But again, we had only 3 delegates attending, and the deficit that was there, which we could not collect from the remaining 42 delegates, which did not attend the international delegates. So this amount was transferred to pay to Marriott for the accommodation. Then there's the basic one. We had 35 reception committee members and the 15 IPSF exec members. So that makes it 15. So this is the expense for their accommodation in Marriott. This is the transport, airport pickup and drop. The budgeted value is like 2,80,000, which is close to 4,032 euros. And the YTD is not available because the Congress is not yet over. And this particular vendor is, we are dealing with him for multiple things. So the bill will be, available after the Congress is over. Excursion, we are accounted for like, again, 550 delegates, that is 400 international, 100 Indian, and 50, like including exec and RC. And we are accounted for like 6,60,000, but we had less number of delegates, so our expense is only 4,62,000. World Congress India website, the initial amount in the month of like maybe April or May, we had paid around 1 lakh rupees, and now we have completed the payment of 3 lakhs to the website developer. Approaching sponsors and printing brochures, when we realized we have less number of delegates, we kind of escalated our process for approaching sponsors. So we had to print a lot of sponsorship brochures in the last moment and approach sponsors going there in the pharma conferences. So this is the expense for that. World Congress promotion, we had incurred like around 5 lakh rupees till date. The budget was 4 lakh. This includes the promotion for World Congress right from Porto up till now. Extra guests for gala night and opening night, which we had our speakers and eminent people from government and industries. Speakers for this is the amount for mementos, certificates, and decoration, whatever we have done. So budgeted amount is 3 lakhs. We have budgeted for 1,000. And communication expense for RC during the World Congress, whatever communication we took place, the details are like walkie-talkies, Skype credits. We had to do a lot of calls to the embassies and the government offices because of the visa issues.
So that's 3 minutes there, but can I get a motion cards from the GA to allow Raul to finish over the time limit? Thank you. You may continue, Raul.
Okay, then we had accounted for the Netherlands EM2 meeting of 1 lakh rupees, but then after discussion with the IPSF exec, we removed this part from the budget, and whatever amount was being sanctioned for this particular meeting was returned back.
Okay, I'll take that technical, and we're just going to scroll on screens that we're keeping up with what we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay, so we are on row number 26. So the Netherlands meeting expense, which we had initially accounted, that was again refunded, and that will feature in the inflow also, and this way it will get nullified. RC local expense for all the 1.5 years, that includes all our stationery, the meeting expenses, communication expenses, this includes that part. Venue 2, that's the Shilparamam that we had at Indian night. So again, we had to account for the food, for lighting, for dancers and the decorations, and also the travel. Pre-Congress accommodation, since we have people from different geographical locations coming up in Hyderabad. So for the preparation, we had rented a bungalow for 1 month, where we had all the RC members trained. So this includes all the accommodation, food, electricity bills, everything, Wi-Fi and all. Participation in national pharma conferences, as Neha mentioned in a report yesterday, that we had attended many pharma conferences, the national pharma conferences, when the ADCOG, IHPA, IPC. The main aim was to approach sponsors and the delegates as well. So good interaction with industries, and let me tell you that this was a very fruitful visit, because from every conference we have got some amount of sponsorship. Okay, extra baggage for carrying promotional material. This again includes the kind of the souvenirs and gift items we use for the promotion. And the last part is the service tax. the service tax in India, it's a rule that you have to pay 12.36% service tax towards all the fees collected. So from all the fees that we have collected, we have given a bifurcation that this will be a fee and 12.26% fee we have to pay to the government of India. So now, but there was again a problem. Till April, the service tax was 12.36%, but from April onwards, the new rule came and the service tax was increased to 14%. So we had to account for that as well. Return of advance to IPA. As you all know that IPA is our parent organization, they are our mentors. So to initially start up with the processes when we had no sponsorship, the Indian Pharmaceutical Association really provided us with seed money, and they have given us like 15,50,000 seed money, which was returned to IPA. Later on, that's all it will feature in both the sides, the inflow and outflow, and hence again it will be nullified. And of course, this is the contingency we have kept for the safer side. So this is considering the outflow part. Okay, considering the inflow, again, we had budgeted for 400 delegates, but again, we received less. So this is the YTD, that is 6th of August. Till now, we have received this amount, and we had also accepted like around 48 payments on arrival because of certain issues of transferring money to India. So this is the kind of status, the current status of money which we have received. Then again, for the sponsorship considering, we got sponsorship from the government of Telangana, which is the current, the Andhra Pradesh got divided into Telangana. So it's a new government, the new event, they very much supported us with all things, and we got like 5 lakh rupees sponsorship. We had 3 silver sponsors giving us in total 12 lakhs. And for scientific symposia and also the workshop sponsors, we had people participating from industries and colleges sponsoring the scientific and education symposia. For the souvenir, we had the advertisement, which was close to 3 lakhs. And again, as I mentioned, the advance from IPA, it will be nullified in this. It was there in the inflow and also in the outflow. And again, the part which we had mentioned about the Netherlands meeting, again, it's featuring in the inflow. So it was refunded back. So this is all regarding the inflow and outflow. So we are expecting a sponsorship of almost 9 lakhs more to cover up all the, to balance basically the inflow and outflow. And we have sponsors who have literally promised us, but because of some kind of budget issues, they have kept us on waiting, but they are very sure that they will give us the money. So maybe by the end of this month, we'll receive this particular amount. And if there is any balance or any losses, that would be paid by a parent organization, that's the Indian Pharmaceutical Association. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll open the floor for discussion and I'll take questions. Okay, please keep your hands in the air until I'm through here. I have IPSF of the Netherlands, CAPSI Canada, IPSF of the Netherlands, CAPSI Canada. Okay, first I have a technical from BPHD Germany.
Chris, BPHD Germany, I would like to suggest for facilitating this process that 1 or 2 EXCO members will watch who raised their arms, because it occurred yet the third time that we started on that side and people were raising their hands on that side first. So just for facilitation, please.
Thank you for the comment. It is worth noting that since everything has been moved closer to me, it is a bit difficult to see everybody at once. So I will take that into consideration. At this point, it's at kind of my perspective who was first. So we're gonna go. Okay, IPSF of the Netherlands, CAPSI Canada, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, ATEP Tunisia, SOP Denmark, APHA ASP United States of America, JPSA Jordan, Snap Sweden, PSUT Thailand, LPSA Lebanon, AFO Portugal, APEF Portugal, second one, CAPSI Canada, BPHE Germany. My PSA Malaysia, CAPSI Canada, BPHE Germany.
UK PSV Netherlands. I think the people that were there last year can remember that we had a long discussion on the budget, and there were a lot of comments. And afterwards, Radex told us that we could put our comments in a document and send them to either the treasurer or the president. I did that and never got a reply. What would happen with the information, and has it been incorporated into the budget?
Was that question directed at the executive committee or to the reception committee? I'll field it to whoever. A 1 minute restriction on questions, limiting it to a single point, and a 2 minute restriction on answers. And I will be watching the discussion, guys. I want to make sure this goes very smoothly and efficiently. Okay, and I will invite Lawrence to the podium.
This was indeed the case that people could send in their comments and we would communicate it through. I did not send the emails literally through, but we have communicated it multiple times, especially your emails since it was Dutch, so I didn't send it literally through. But it has been communicated.
Thank you very much. So I have then Captain Canada, followed by BPHE Joy. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So.
Yeah, there were certain changes, as Lawrence mentioned. We had a lot of discussion regarding the budget, and all these changes, a lot of detailing was done, and the changes were incorporated accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. I have CAPSI Canada, followed by BPHE Germany.
Cassandra, CAPSI Canada. I just need to pull it up. I lost it. Okay, well, my question for it, just in the report for the chairperson, I don't know if it just hasn't been updated. It said there was only 247 confirmed registrations, and here it's 348. So I was just hoping to get that clarified so there's no discrepancy there. And with regards to that, I would like to know how I know there's the extra money coming in, and then it will be covered by the.
Sorry, I'll just stop you there with 2 separate points. I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, so before I started my report yesterday, I did mention that the report was submitted in the first week of July. This is with the updated numbers till date. So this is the correct one. 348 is the final number of delegates whose money we have received.
BPHD Germany, followed by ATAP Tunisia.
Chris, BPHD Germany, thank you very much for presenting the budget. First of all, a little comment. Maybe it would have been easier to make 2 documents for income and outcome expenses. It's not very clear, and it's not a good overview, to be honest. We had the long discussions last year in Porto, and what I would like to know is how can you have a DJ for over 7,000 euros when we agreed last year that the amount of 6,000 euros is already too high, and we had a DJ at International Night which played music from YouTube and from his mobile phone, which is, in my opinion, not very professional. Same, the DJ is nearly double than the social events.
for the whole Congress. And the momentums is something, speakers did not even pick them up, and we spent so much money on this.
Sorry, we'll field the DJ question, but we'll.
Yeah, it's just a DJ question, but others
Yes.
are comments.
Thank you.
Hello, yeah. For the DJ part, we tried looking for multiple vendors, in and around Marriott. But Marriott again being a 5-star hotel, and they also having certain standards of kind of vendors coming into it. So that's why we could not get much cheaper one. And yeah, for one day it was a technical failure from their side. That's why we could not do it. And yeah, I would like to ask me also to add on to this part.
For the certain number of songs that were played via YouTube, it was because till last minute there were a few countries, including India, who had not given their song for the international night. So for those countries, YouTube was used to play.
Thank you. I've talked Tunisia, followed by SOP Denmark.
Mariam Atep, Tunisia. First of all, I congratulate you, Raoul, for the great work you've done. And I appreciate all what you've done to make it successful.
Sorry,
and
I have a technical from GPSA Ghana.
I thought you mentioned my name before Tunisia and once we came on GPSA Ghana.
Apologies, that is correct. I will now field the question from. Can I get your emoji cards? Is it okay if we field this question, which would be in the after? Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Okay, thank you. And my question to you is regarding the registration fees. When we registered, we paid in rupees, and when we transfer the money, even if we transfer a higher amount, a much more higher amount than the amount stated in the website, we receive an email mentioning that we have to pay extra fees on arrival. So I understand that there are fluctuations of euro, and it's varying, but we couldn't understand why there isn't an exact amount that we can add to this. Why it's very varying. Thank you. We need we need please a detailed explanation. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Basically, it would be great if you would address this personally, but just to tell you that, of course, the euro fluctuation is one of the cause. Second cause is the intermediary bank, which is involved in this case. You might have transferred in INR, but there are intermediary banks. So there are 2-3 banks involved in between, and after that, we receive the money. And whatever is received, that has been, the data has been maintained. So if anyone would like to see the amount, we have maintained complete transparency, and we can show the entire data, the amount received, the bank charges available. We have the entire Excel file ready. So if anyone is interested, they can come and ask me. And one more thing is, if at all we have received even 5 rupees excess, we have returned it during the World Congress as soon as the participant arrives. So we have tried to maintain complete transparency from our side. Thank you.
Thank you. I have GPSA Ghana, followed by SOP Denmark.
Jacob, GPSA Ghana. I need clarification on this. I stand to be corrected though. I remember yesterday you said you have 30 housing members. I understand yesterday you said you have 30 housing members, but now it's 35 over here, so kind of confused.
Okay. So basically, we had the 30 reception committee members, and your question was related to 35, right? Yeah. Okay. So we had 30 RC members and plus 5 volunteers, which were required at the inauguration during, especially for us. So that's why those 5 people are extra. That's it.
Thank you. As that was the 5th comment, I'll just do a survey of the GA. If we feel like we're ready to vote on this, green emotion cards. If we're not, red. I see mostly red, so we're going to continue on down the list. I have SOP Denmark, followed by APHA ASP United States.
Medicine Denmark. I'd like to have a clarification why you could use over 2,000 euros on participation in the National Pharma Conference. It's point 24.
Yeah, okay. As mentioned by Neha also, and also in my report, that these participation in these national pharma conferences helped us to get speakers as well as sponsorship. So basically, it was a very fruitful visit when we could get in touch with the eminent people in the industry, invite them as a speakers for the education symposia, technical symposia, also for the workshop. And the National Pharma Conference is a place where you have all the people together. It was also a kind of promotion for us, for all the Indian delegates to come in, because we have a summit of all these people. And all these national pharma conferences have given us some amount of sponsorship from every pharma conference. Yeah, and I request Nia to add something on it.
And if your concern is the 2,000 euros that has been spent, let me say that we have received almost triple the amount of money by investing this amount of money in going to these conferences. So for us, we look at it as a positive business strategy on the sponsorship.
Thank you very much. Technical from LPSA Lebanon.
I just want to know, can you just read down like 5 or 6 down the list just so we can know? Thank you.
Okay, so upcoming speakers: APHA ASB, United States of America, JPSA Jordan, SNAP Sweden, PSUT Thailand, LPSA Lebanon, AFO Portugal, APF Portugal, IPSA Malaysia, CAPS Canada, PPHE Germany, KMPSA Netherlands, CAPS Canada, PPHE Germany, APF Portugal, SMP Denmark. Okay. United States of America, followed by JPSA Jordan.
Danielle, APHA ASP, United States. We were wondering if we were required to pay for 200 rooms. Where are those occupied right now, or why were the delegates offered single occupancy with this?
Could you repeat the last statement, please?
If we were required to pay for 200 rooms, and you said we didn't have enough delegates to cover all of these rooms, why were not some of the delegates offered single occupancy to cover these rooms?
To be fair to everybody, because it's not fair on our part to decide whether some delegates should get single or some should get double. And we did have a round of emails before the conference where we had asked for double and triple, where at the extra rooms we utilized to house the speakers because we would anyways have to house some of them. And this was the reason why everyone was kept in double, and the people who had requested to especially have triple occupancy were given triple.
So I now have JPSA Jordan. No. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. SNAP Sweden, followed by PSUT Thailand.
From SNAP Sweden. I would like to thank you for your report and good work that you've done. It wasn't easy for all the difficulties, and it was so hard to manage all these finances. I would like to thank you for that. And I will just add some comment about the ratio. We actually had also a problem with, but it was in our benefit. In Swedish crowns, I was going to pay the 33,600 rupees, and the crowns, it was like 4,800 crowns. After 2 days, it was decreased in 200 crowns. So it was so much. It was changing significantly. So, but I think you did a very good job. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Okay, as that was the third comment after my initial asking. I'll gauge the GA again. The motion carries. Green if you feel like you're ready to proceed with the motion. Red if you feel like there's a question you should continue. We're going to keep asking questions. PSUT Thailand, followed by LTSA Lebanon.
Hello, Bharat from PSUT Thailand. Yesterday when I asked about the rooms, you said that you couldn't find rooms for the ODs because you only had rooms for the EPS you have received. You have extra 26 rooms. You couldn't find rooms for my delegates for 2 nights. How is that possible, please?
Yeah, I would like to address this question. Like as I mentioned, when you were at the registration desk, that time we could, trace all the conversations and emails when I showed you that there was no reply from the CP. So on that moment, when we had already pre-decided that how to utilize those remaining rooms, like if we had like whatever it is, so to utilize those rooms, and then it is very difficult to kind of accommodate on the very last moment. If you would have been, it would have been having a list, then it would have been more easier for us to do that.
So to add on to what Rahul said, basically the issue is that in the first week of July, when we realized that we have extra rooms and we still don't have delegates coming in due to various reasons, we had assigned the rooms to the speakers who were coming in on the first 4 days, who had requested for accommodation, and the day that he arrived, since 2 reasons. One, the delegate payment was not on the list, and the rooms were occupied as per the payment done to Marriott, which is why we couldn't provide accommodation immediately.
If that's a technical, I can't take it.
She told the GA that in July she had only 240 something delegates. So how is it possible you could only utilize
it's not a technical, but I will add it to the list.
It's a mistake that she made. Because she said 200 something.
Technical is strictly how I'm running the meeting, basically. So I'll add you to the list, Thailand, and we'll get back to that. I have LPSA Lebanon, followed by AFO, Portugal.
Roland, LPSA Lebanon. I just wanted to first comment, I agree with Jeremy about the DJ. And it's a lot of money for the DJ. Zimbabwe trying to DJ next year. I'm willing to be the DJ or something like that. But anyways, second thing is I have a question. Now here you just imagine that all the delegates came and you had 400 and you had no extra room for the speakers. What would you have done with the speakers? Because you said you use those to put the speakers, so.
Well, the simple answer is we would have to put extra rooms and pay for the rooms. For the people who have requested for room, the speakers. And if it would not be available at Marriott, we would have to book it outside. But since they were available, we use the rooms here.
So I now have AFO Portugal, followed by APF Portugal.
Ivan, AFO Portugal. For the gala night, I think you have invited 100 people and you spent almost 2,000 euros. Why 100 people?
These, okay, I'm just. The 100 guests are strictly the IP members. That is just 5 to 8 of them, and the remaining are all sponsors who we have to acknowledge. So that is why it accounts to 100. And I must say that the 100 guests that are invited have paid enough money for us to invite them as guests of the Dollar Night.
As that's going to do an additional 3 comments, I will gauge the GA. Green if you feel like you're ready to proceed. Red if the question will continue. Looks like we're going to continue questioning. So I have APF Portugal, followed by, I'll read a few ahead. APF Portugal, followed by IPSA Malaysia, CAPSA Canada, BPHE Germany, KMPSU Netherlands, and several more.
Ivan, APF Portugal.
I also was in Porto last year, and I remember we had a lot of discussion about this budget, and that no one was really satisfied with it, and it seems like the situation remains like this. Anyway, I would like to ask for Mr. Lauren's opinion, since he's the treasurer, about the consistency of this budget. And since I saw that you mentioned in one of your monthly updates that you requested intermediate budget, I would like to know if this budget was given to you, and I would like you to analyze it together with this one, please.
Eduardo, could you form that into one specific question or one statement? Probably the last one, or a general comment.
Please, Lawrence, provide comparative analysis between the two budgets.
Thank you, Eduardo. I will now give the floor to Lawrence. As this is a response to a question, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
The budget we discussed was the one from May, so it's actually the column next to it. So it's in the middle too, will be euro. However, I also noticed that there are some things missing from what we discussed in May and June, which have been taken out of this budget. I prefer to not go into detail as I have only 2 minutes, but we have discussed some things that I really pointed out. Like we also mentioned, like the reimbursement for NEMA that has been taken out, which I'm very glad it did. But other things have been taken out completely, as in there's no number anymore.
That's it. You guys may respond if you like, or continue.
Just to add on, like we had also submitted all the bills and the summary of expenditure in the month of March, maybe. During the EM2 meeting, the entire file was submitted for the YTD March. So that is just an add-on information that we have tried to be in touch with Lawrence, and which helped us. Thank you.
Just a technical, the table for Kenya was empty, so the votes were, okay, yeah, so the votes have been called, so there are 2 fewer voting members. We continue with questioning. IPSF Malaysia, followed by CAPSI Canada.
I'm Sachi, IPSF Malaysia. As your budget, you have the hospitality, then what's the hospitality means? Is it the accommodation? But just now you mentioned that accommodation is using the room that extra.
Speakers hospitality is basically the TADA, like the convenience charges, the like lunch, air flight charges, and all that for the speaker. Because we had speakers coming from different parts of the country, and we had people, kind of the CEOs of certain US companies also. So that's why this hospitality includes that part for the technical symposium and the workshop.
Thank you. I have CAPSI Canada, followed by BPHD Germany, and then KMPSB the Netherlands.
I'm Sandra, CAPSI Canada. I would just like to have a more detailed description of what almost 8,000 euros was spent on for RC local expenses for 1.5 years.
Okay, so just to give a clarity on it, it's like, as I mentioned earlier also, we had people from different geographical regions coming, like we do not have everyone from Hyderabad, we have people from Mumbai as well. So for all this, we had to meet at one point of time, we had 5 meetings, so the expense to have those 5 meetings, the communication expense, then also the printing, the traveling, the stationery, all these things which we, kind of was accounted for, like all the RC meetings and everything was there in this particular category.
Thank you very much. As that's been an additional 3 questions, also motion card red if you feel like it's ready to proceed, or sorry, backwards, green if you're ready to proceed, red if you feel we should continue, or think we're going to continue. So I have BPHD Germany, followed by KPSB the Netherlands.
Katarina, BPHD Germany. You said earlier that you have sponsors who promised you to send you some money probably at the end of the month.
at the end of the month. Do you have a contract or something for that? So let me just reword what I'm going to say. Sponsorship receipt is not a contract. It is at the end of the sponsor or the company who wishes to provide money to support the event. They have nothing to receive except for publicity, which, so which is why would anyone who has promised to give money have a contract for the same? They have given a verbal confirmation, and it's on goodwill that we're expecting the money for the support of the event.
Technical, please respect the speakers and do not speak while they're speaking. Thank you. KNPSV the Netherlands, followed by CAPSI Canada.
Michiel, KNPSV the Netherlands. I know from the RC in Utrecht that they initially paid their own Congress fees because they're also making use of all the accommodations, meals, everything. Why haven't you considered doing that yourself as well? Because especially with the amount of money that you didn't get that you were missing over the year.
So if I understand correctly, your question is why didn't the RC pay for their accommodation?
Yeah, why didn't you consider letting the RC pay as well for actually the whole Congress? Because RC is voluntarily.
Right, but the entire RC are all students. They've anyways paid for themselves accommodation, and the whole idea is that they're volunteering to remove their time and to be a part of the event, because of which, and also the fee at Marriott is not something very small. They're here for 10 days and the entire 1.5 years that they've been working. In fact, except for the stay over here and for the accommodation before this, whatever communication expense, traveling to vendors and all of that has been paid by themselves. And we cannot expect more from students to pay at the Marriott as well.
I would just like to add on this part. It's like, as you mentioned, we are volunteers, and we also had certain meetings wherein the RC paid by their own selves. Like we had multiple meetings, since we have just accounted for 5 meetings. But if it would have been a 1 visit, 2 visit, maybe we could ask students to kind of sponsor their own travel. But since it was so many things, like so many meetings and all that, it's quite not possible to expect this.
Okay, so I have CAPSI Canada, followed by PhD Germany.
Cassandra, CAPSI Canada. Last year in Porto, there was also a lengthy discussion about the website. First, I'd like to make a comment and then ask a question. For my comment, there was huge emphasis on having a really, really great website, and I was severely disappointed with the website. I found it was difficult to use, there wasn't updated information, and it was hard to maneuver at some points. Also, as my clarification, the original budget says 4,000. In May, it was around 1,500, and then now it's back up to 4,000. So I was wondering why the website jumped that much between May and August. Thank you. Oh, and also a procedural motion to close open discussion. For the close of discussion, yes.
Just to clear on the the technicality of it, like why it jumped, it did not jump. The budgeted amount is 3 lakh only. YTD means year to date. That means we have paid so much till that. So the second column which mentions YTD made, that is 1 lakh. That means by May, we had paid 1 lakh. And when you see YTD August, that means we paid 2 more lakhs and the payment is complete. That's why the YTD is 3 lakhs. So it's not fluctuating. It's just the current status that is being shared with you. And
about you disliking the website, I apologize if you did not like it, but if it was difficult to maneuver, we were always there to help, so you could have easily just addressed the concern for the same.
Okay, so did I have a technical hand, please? Okay, thank you. You are still almost, I believe, but I do have a procedural motion to close discussion from CAPC Canada. Do I have a seconder? I believe a seconder from JPSA Jordan. I have a technical from BPHD Germany. Thank you, Chris.
This BPHD Germany, just for clarification of the wording, to close the discussion or for a closed discussion? Because I think she wanted to have closed discussion after the open discussion.
Okay, so a reminder that this is not a procedural motion, but it is a motion on the table to hold a closed discussion after we have ended the open discussion. Proposed by CAPC Canada, seconded by IPSF Malaysia. I have a technical from KNPSV Netherlands.
Michiel KNPSV Netherlands, a closed discussion, would it mean that all Indian delegates have to leave the room? Or how does it go?
One moment, I will consult with the motions committee. Technical from BPHD Germany.
Chris, BPHD Germany, yes, technical. Please, can you ensure that Ms. Asra Nuraldin is here as chairperson of Media and Publication and take care of the live streaming, because I don't want the same thing happening again. It's just to make it sure prior.
Thank you, we're on the same page. Another technical? No, that was it. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to continue my contemplation. Another technical from GPSA Ghana.
I want you guys to be sure that the live stream has been deleted for the close discussion.
Can you turn on live stream? FYI, I sent him to bed because he should have been in bed.
Okay, so we do have the results of the vote. I'll put it up on the screen. 4 for, 31 against, and 2 abstentions. So the motion has not been accepted. So we're not accepting this motion as a General Assembly, and I'd ask the reception committee to just consult with the treasurer afterwards about the implications of this. And I think at this time we might be done for this session. I didn't see a voting card. So I have BBHC Germany proposing to suspend the standing order, seconded by IPSF Malaysia. Anybody opposed? Motion carried unanimously. And I would ask James to perform the roll call. It might be better to have Ron do it because there have been some delegated votes.
James is going to do it.
After Australia, after Latvia, Taxi Canada, after Argentina, Taxi Canada, effectively Denmark, IPSF Egypt, IPSF Finland, IPSF delegated to IPSF Egypt, IPSF Finland, IPSF France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IPSA Iran, NPS Japan, SPS Sudan, delegate JPSA Jordan, MIPSA Malaysia, KMPSC the Netherlands, PANS Nigeria, White Poland, Hungary, delegated White Poland, Alpha Portugal, Fixed delegated Alpha Portugal, Western Romania, NAPSA Serbia, SPSA Slovakia, Natchez Slovenia, TAP Sweden, ASEC Switzerland, PSG2 Thailand, ATEC Tunisia, and SC Algeria delegate ATEC Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, NPSA United Kingdom, NPHA ASB United States, and PICO Sweden delegate APHA ASB United States, and PPSA Zimbabwe, and Rwanda delegate PPSA Zimbabwe.
I have a technical from SOP Denmark. Can I have microphone 2 Denmark, please? I know.
Yes, quickly, can we get the schedule for the afternoon sessions for agenda?
Haran, can we get the schedule for after I import Haran?
Okay, so as I've said this morning, this afternoon we're going to focus on changes to the Constitution and the rest of the official documents. Yay! Look a bit happier, come on. But, what time is it now? 22? Okay. 10 to, okay. 10 to 2? Okay. Are you okay with a half an hour? We start 2:30. So at 2:30 sharp, James will perform roll call, who is not in
Pence, Nigeria. YP Poland and Brooks Hungary, delegated to YP Poland. LPF Portugal and Free Spain, delegated to LPF Portugal. FASFA Romania. NATSA Serbia. NUSBS Singapore. SPSA Slovakia. SHSSF Slovenia. SPSF Sudan. SNAT Sweden. ASET Switzerland. PSUT Thailand. ATAC Tunisia and Nasib Algeria, delegate to ATAC Tunisia, not present. TPAYC Turkey. BPSA United Kingdom. APHASB United States, and Costa Rica, delegate to APHASB United States. And ZPSA Zimbabwe and RPSA Rwanda, delegate to ZPSA Zimbabwe. 39 full member countries present and voting.
Okay, I have a proposal to resume standing orders by BPHD up by Portugal, seconded by BPHD Germany. All those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving right along. Motion 44, this is the 61st IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the budget of the 61st Motion 45, this is the 61st IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts report of the chairperson of the 62nd IPSF World Congress Reception Committee, 2015 to 2016. I would invite the chairperson of the 62nd World Congress and I'll bring them up. Technical from the United States.
Can we make sure everyone has their power strips turned on, especially in their back?
Yep.
So they don't.
If you hear that, make sure all the power strips are turned on, especially towards the back, because it does turn off the ones up front. Okay, I'll give the floor to Michelle, and you have 3 minutes, but might have the same as last time. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Masuko. I'm the chairperson of the 62nd IPSF World Congress, Zimbabwe 2016. So I'm just going to run through it in a few minutes. So we did the bid in October 2014, and ZIPSA was elected to host the Congress. Then the IPSF and the PSA Executive Committee signed an agreement contract in November, after which the formation of the Reception Committee was done and the roles of the Reception Committee were defined. The detailed work plan was also put in place and circulated to the Executive Committee for guidance and planning. This was also in collaboration, and we also used the guidelines that were circulated by the Netherlands. So the tentative dates for the symposium are for the LIT from the 26th of July to the 29th of July 2016, the Congress 29th of July to the 8th of and the long PCT from the 9th to the 30th of August. So registration officially opens on the 11th of January 2016 at 12 midday GMT +2. The venue for the events, both the leaders in training meeting, the Congress, and the Executive Committee meetings will be at the University of Zimbabwe. When we move on to the budget, I hope that you all 514 of which will be paying the participant fee of €400, which of course is subject to approval by the GA. The budget is in such a way that it is self-sufficient. If you can see, there is no point that states that there is sponsorship. So the budget is to operate on a non-profit. Okay. On a non-profit loss basis, scheduling airport transfer fees will also be covered in the budget. The LIT, the PCT, and alumni event, separate budgets but also self-sufficient. The official currency in Zimbabwe is the United States dollars, therefore registration fee fluctuations are largely unexpected. If sponsorship is to be, if sponsorship is to be availed, which I'm glad to announce that the following organizations have expressed great interest in partnering with the PSA and IPSF in hosting the Congress. The Pharmaceutical Council of Zimbabwe, the list you have it with you. So if we are to get the sponsorship, which I'm sure we are to, we have a priority list that we have set where we are going to use the sponsorship for. So we are looking at
Technically, you actually have 10 minutes, that's my fault. Continue.
Thank you. Okay, so the priority list that we have in terms of using the sponsorship fees that we are to get for the Congress, we're looking at using an e-voting system for the GA. So that is to get tablets for each official delegate for all countries that will be voting, and to do like the e-voting system. We're also looking at the barcode or biometric system for workshop attendance, like during the conference. We're also looking at trying also just to improve some aspects of the Congress in terms of social events and maybe increasing the amount of freebies in participant packages. So that is to do with the sponsorship that we are to get, since our budget is generally self-sufficient. I will ask the budget to be put up later on so that you can just look at it. In terms of Congress promotion, as of now, we do have the Facebook page. The official Facebook page is now online. The Twitter handle, they are all now online. Then also the website, it will be online in a few days' time. The Congress posters have been designed and are now will be available for downloading and printing. Posters, stickers, and bookmarkers have to be printed. Unfortunately, these things happen to be in my luggage, and it is very unfortunate that my airline lost my luggage. So my clothes and your posters and your stickers were in there. But I'm still hoping that by the time we go back home, I will have my luggage and we'll give you the posters. So as of now, that is what we have in terms of promotion. And we also have a prospectus for the World Congress. This one is mainly for the sponsors or prospective sponsors that we're using just to market the event to the corporate world. Then symposium themes. I just want to check something.
Point of information, we do have separate agenda points for approving the symposium themes, both the scientific and educational. You may continue.
Thank you. So I'm just going to keep that, so then we can go back later on. The program, so we do have the preliminary program to be uploaded to your box, but it's still a framework, and the final content will be added in collaboration with the IPSF Chairperson on Pharmacy Education and the Executive Committee, as it is also subject to the approval of the themes that are there. The lineup of social events will include Symbol Night, which, like it says, will represent our culture as Zimbabwe, and an open air barbecue pool party. I missed out the pool party will be there. Including the rest that are always there, the auction night, gala night, etc. Visa information. Also, in consultation with the Ministry of Health, with the Ministry of Home Affairs, we have available with visa information on the website. But of course, if people want it on email, you can always do that. So this can be accessed on the website, and we're also in the process of trying to get an official letter of acknowledgement of the event from the Ministry of from this ministry as well, in case any other issues do arise. For the post-Congress tour, there's a preliminary itinerary that has been drafted. So we will be moving from Victoria Falls to Metropolis Hills. So for this, I will ask you to visit this website, www.come2zim. There you can then see what kind of places we will be talking about. I'm proud to say that Zimbabwe has is one of the countries that has one of the 7 world wonders, Musia Tunya, the Victoria Falls. So you will have the privilege to visit Victoria Falls. So just visit that website and repeat www.come2zim, that you can just look at some of the sites that we have on the PCT. Short PCT, the itinerary is still work in progress. So the registration fees for these, the PCT will be announced in due course. My considerations for the future are that for the successful further planning of the event, we will take note of feedback from this symposium from the participants so that we can improve on that, or maybe just get good stuff that you liked and then build on that. As soon as the Congress things are approved, we intend to start sending out, we intend to start securing international speakers, as we plan to have a ratio of 1:2 in terms of speakers, 2 international speakers to 1 local speaker, so that we get the international feel of the symposium. This will be done in collaboration, of course, with the IPSF Chairperson of Pharmacy Education. Also, in a bid to reduce problems in registration fee payments and also the speed of registration, we plan to use an online payment system, which can also make an online payment system, which will also make the planning of the Congress smooth. Finally, I'm looking forward to working with my reception committee and the executive committee and the IPSF members in planning a successful international IPSF World Congress. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I will now open the floor for discussions and welcome questions. I have one from EPSA.
Katarzyna, EPSA President, just as a point of information, during the presentation you said that the US dollar is not fluctuating, it actually is pretty fluctuated, so just for the delegates and for the GA to keep in mind that at least that's how it changes, like at least to my currency. The euro changed a lot last year, so I think maybe also for other currencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can comment if you like, but you don't have to. Okay. Oh, okay. I have I guess a response from Prosper that it may in fact be the euro that fluctuates as well. So we'll take all of that into consideration.
I think it's the opposite. It's the euro that's fluctuating, not the US dollar at the moment.
Okay, so we're going to keep going here. I have CAPC Canada. Microphone to CAPC Canada, please.
Cassandra, CAPC Canada. Can you just confirm the website that we should go to? Because I tried going and it says the webpage was not found.
www.come2zim.
Could you spell it? Like
CO. I just said Zim, sorry. Come to Zimbabwe.
I have a technical for BPHD Germany.
Quiz BPHD Germany, I'm sorry, it's not
technical on the report, it's a technical on the Congress itself. Would it be possible that we at least get informed that TV senders are doing stories outside? It's quite annoying that there are always reporters and so on, and we get not informed.
It's, okay, thank you for your comment. Moving on with open discussion. BPHD Germany.
Chris, BPHD Germany, thank you for your report. Yeah, I'm not really sure how I shall say. I observed your participation during the GA a little bit, and to be honest, I just want to ask if you're really motivated to do all the work. I'm sorry to state that, but you didn't show that much commitment during the GA, and since you're the chairperson of the RC, I really hope that will increase, sorry.
You may respond.
First, I'll start with the motivation part. I'm really motivated to host the Congress. Not only that, I'm really motivated to be part of IPSF. So when you say I wasn't participating, that I'm not sure. Because that's an emotion. I can't comment on that. Thank you.
Technical from IPSF Egypt.
Hi, IPSF Egypt. I just like clarification on what exactly motivation or a motivated person is during GA, or how that is assessed.
Well, that's not a technical. We don't have a current speakers list, so that's fine. Anyway, was that directed at anybody?
At whoever can answer it. Thank you.
As speaker, okay, I might direct that question toward Chris.
Chris, PhD Germany, since I was the person raising this point, a motivated and active person for me during the GA is not that you have to raise comments all the time, it's that you show at least interest, and I didn't get really the feeling when I was looking at you during the GA that you had it. That's something I really just want to address, because it may happen that I got it wrong, but it was a feeling I got during the last sessions. So.
Okay, you may respond if you like.
Like I said, I can't comment on feelings because we come from inside. But just to note that I was the only official delegate available for the past few days. And I've been attending all the GAs, and of course, you might say I haven't been commenting, but I believe I've been trying my best to look interested. So, well, thank you.
Okay. Did I have a technical? Okay. Okay, if not, I will move forward. I believe I had Pans Nigeria.
Rinze, Pans Nigeria. First of all, I would like to congratulate Michelle and the rest of the reception committee for this is the second IPSF World Congress, for the efforts and plannings that you've done so far. And also want to share my concerns and my heartfelt concerns for having survived close to 8 days without your luggage. That's something that I probably wouldn't survive doing. I think so far you've made quite impressive preparations. And on behalf of Pans Nigeria and the rest of members in the Afro region, ZPSA is an inspiration to the rest of member associations in the Afro region. And a lot of times we look up to what you do, we look up to your activities, and it inspires us a lot. It encourages us to want to participate more with IPSF. And so I really look forward to a very successful World Congress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the speakers list, I had IPSF Switzerland, followed by IPSF Germany.
Stefan, Switzerland. I would like to ask you how you will make sure that the Congress is not used for any political statements, especially in regards to the government of Zimbabwe, so that we really will, yeah, do you understand my question? I just want to separate Congress and any political issues related to Zimbabwe. I don't want this Congress to be misused in any regards that might be possible.
Thank you. IPSF is a non-political organization. So PSA is a full member of IPSF in henceforth, non-political. So whatever it is that we do, we are independent of any political situation wherever we are. Thank you.
I've added you to the list. Thanks. Actually, since that's been 5 comments, I'll survey the GA. If you feel confident in voting on this motion, it's time. Green motion cards. If you still need more information, red. I do see a couple of reds out there, so I'm going to take the next 3. IPSF Germany, followed by Portugal, then IPSF Switzerland.
Carolina, IPSF Germany. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really like also the point that you want to vote with the electronic voting system. But do we have to, I don't know, suspend the motion or suspend something to not vote by secret ballot? I'm not sure.
The question is if the online voting is according to official documents.
I'm not sure, there are some parts in the official documents where it says we have to vote with secret ballots.
If it's okay with the General Assembly, the Motions Committee will review that and convey it to the 62nd IPSF Reception Committee.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you. We'll take the next comment. It was up at Portugal, followed by IPSF Switzerland.
Before that of Portugal, I would like to propose a procedural motion to close the floor for discussion.
I believe that was seconded by YP Poland. Anybody opposed to closing discussion? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring the slides back up on the screen so that we can see what we're voting on. Switzerland.
First of all, did we see the budget? Because it was mentioned that you will present it, right? And if people like just close the discussion, I want to make them aware that we actually follow what we want to do and don't skip important parts.
I have a technical over here.
It's basically about electronics. So back there, a fuse broke, and now we ran out of energy.
Okay, so there's no power up here, so can everybody behind you please check your power cords?
No, fuse broke.
Oh, the fuse broke. Can I have somebody over at the reception committee and see if we can fix this? Okay, thank you very much. Technical from Alijo.
I think it's the fuse. This plug back here is loose, and so it keeps coming out. So we might need to relocate this where this is plugged in.
Okay, if somebody can relay that to the RC, that'd be very helpful. So we have not seen the budget. We do have a proposal to close the session, and we do have it seconded. We have not voted on it yet, though. So if you think that we should not close discussion and go on to look at the budget, it would probably be a good idea not to end discussion. So if you are against the procedural motion to close the discussion, please raise your voting cards high. I love this conference. Such a good time, guys. I'm like, that wasn't actually meant with sarcasm. Like, this is a lot of fun up here. Technical from Alpha Portugal.
Can't we just close the floor for discussion, see the budget, and then open it again?
No, we cannot. Once the discussion is closed, no new information may be presented until after we vote.
So we shouldn't have opened the floor for discussion when we haven't seen the budget. We should have seen both documents before opening the floor for discussion.
It was, well, once the motivation was over, the discussion was open, and if the budget wasn't presented with the motivation, that was in error. So, technical from us at Switzerland.
If we are in discussion and we ask to see the budget, I can see why we can't see the budget. So I think there's no point why you raise this concern.
Okay, so we're just going to continue voting. All those in favor of closing the discussion? If you can abstain from the procedural motion, if you haven't voted, raise your voting card. Missing 4 votes. Okay, yeah, that's good. So the discussion has not been closed, so we're continuing with discussion. Upper Portugal, do you still have a comment? Okay. ASAP Switzerland.
I want to have a follow-up on my previous question. I agree that it states that we are not political, and that's how it should be ideal. But I wanted to have concrete proposals how you will ensure that this ideal way will also be enforced at the Congress. Because also at this Congress, I think there were some parts which were actually political, even though we are not a political association, but it still can happen. So I want to have concrete proposals from you how you would ensure that this will not happen.
Thank you. You may respond.
Okay, so I also want, thank you, I understand your concerns. We recently hosted the 3rd IPSF African Pharmaceutical Symposium, and there was nothing political about that event, because we are students, and being non-political, our constitution says so. We are not affiliated to any political bodies in our country. Our motherboard, the Pharmaceutical Society of Zimbabwe, is also non-political. So we are nothing, I can safely say that nothing political will come out of this Congress. So as feedback, you can maybe check maybe the report of the 3rd IPSF African Pharmaceutical Symposium, because it is an IPSF event. Thank you.
Technical from GPSA Ghana.
Jacob, GPSA Ghana, I would like him to stress more on the word political.
That's
according to my dictionary.
That's not a technical, that's related to discussion, but I can't add it to the list. Thank you. You are next in the speaking order. Did you want to speak? Thank you.
I actually just wanted the delegates from Switzerland to clarify what it means for Congress to be political, or, yeah. I mean, I think it would be a lot easier if we understand from this point of view.
Since that was directed to Stefan, you may answer.
I want to point out that we do not want our association to be somehow used for political reasons. I think that's a legit request. I think this is something no one should have a problem with. We just, as we are an independent association, there should be no possibility of using our name for any kinds of issues that we do not want them to be used. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you. I have a comment from Chikise Ghana. Okay, thank you. My speakers list. Oh, yes, so would anyone like to see the budget? Okay. Microphone to SOP Denmark.
Elizabeth SOP Denmark. I would like to see the budget. Thank you.
If it's okay with the GA, I would just like to give the chairperson 3 minutes to talk on the budget. Can I get a motion cards if we're okay with that? Okay, but first I have a technical from EPSA.
Additional Mr. President, can I just ask, I know that we only can have 2 screens, but maybe if this screen will be closed and this one open, I think it will help us on this side, if you could do that.
I do understand that. The only concern was that since the tables were moved forward, some of the delegations up at the front near the middle have a lot of difficulty seeing those sides. Okay, thank you very much. So if we're ready to proceed, I will give you a few minutes to speak.
So the budget is for an estimated number of participants of 550, with 514 being the participants that are going to pay the 400 euro subject to approval by the GA. Of this, the reception committee, okay. Of this, we have the reception committee, 10 of the RCs, and the executive committee that we covered in the budget. Accommodation will be at for 540 people. And the figures, you can see them. In the meals, then maybe just to add on, as you can see, the budget is self-sufficient. We're working like on improvement. We want to work on a non-profit below spaces. It also has a 3% unforeseen for the total budget to cater for expenses that we would have overlooked. And like I mentioned earlier, LIT, alumni, PCT, they are not part of the main budget. So yeah. I guess that's what I can say now about budget. The rest you can just.
Thank you very much. I believe I have a comment from UKHD Germany, maybe, then SOP Denmark. No, sorry, SOP Denmark.
Elizabeth SOP Denmark. I would like to know if it's taken into account. I didn't get all the participants to think of the budget. Okay. In the budget, do you have taken into account if maybe that gets 540 participants?
Okay, you say what if we do not get 540 participants? Okay, so if you notice, for us, if the numbers are to reduce, it means the budget is reducing for. So it's a matter of numbers. Yeah. If they are to increase, the money is increasing, so it's just a balance.
Thank you. Okay, so next one on the list is it's Morocco. Lebanon? Is it Lebanon?
Algeria.
Sorry.
You should learn, yes. So, thank you for your presentation. I should mention first, you've mentioned in the report that you will be using the electronic device for voting, but I don't see any expense, any cost in the budget. Is it free? But it's just a simple question. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So like I mentioned, it's not part of the budget because the budget is self-sufficient. We are to get sponsorship, and the sponsorship that we're going to get, we have a priority list of things we are to use that sponsorship for. So e-voting is on top. The moment you get sponsorship, the first thing you do is to invest in e-voting. If it's more than that, we move on to like using the biometric system, etc. The priority list that I gave you earlier on. So it's not part of the main budget because we are not going to be using that money for that. But the money that we will get from sponsorship, which we cannot display because the sponsorship is not unit and we do not do budgets for sponsorship. Thank you.
I believe I have UL Portugal. AFL.
I have for Portugal. I have a question. Why the speaker's accommodations is 80 euros per person and for students is 13?
Okay, thank you. Like I mentioned earlier, the Congress is going to be hosted at the University of Zimbabwe. So this is at the university. We are going to be using like hostels. So being given, that is not cheaper. But for speakers will not be accommodating them at the hostels. We'll be making them stay in hotels. So that's the difference.
Okay, I'll just quickly run through the list again. TIPS Finland, ASAP Switzerland, EPSA, just so it doesn't mean maybe. IPHE Germany, IPHSA Iran. At this time, I think we've had extra comments. Sorry, technical.
I actually raised my hand several times to indicate that I have more than one point I want to address. I actually raised my arm 3 times, so I have 3 separate points I want to address.
Okay, I didn't understand that, but technical from Sam Sweden.
Oh yes, Sam Sweden, can we please tell them to be quiet because it's really hard to hear me.
Technical from EPSA.
Yeah, it's Katarzyna President. It's not EPSA on the list, it should be the way here. So sorry.
Okay, we have both. That's actually SFD, not Joseph Sivadev. That was my mistake.
I raised my hand, but I'm not on the list. Thank you.
Okay, I just can't read. It's GPSA, not EPSA, so you are on the list. Can I just take, so. Okay, first up is FIPS Finland.
Thank you. Heidi, IPSF Finland. Can you clarify what is the 7,755 euros of the participants material? What does it include?
Okay, so let me just open the other page. So here we are. That's the participants' material. T-shirts, speaker trainer gifts, mementos, RC and HC t-shirts, Congress booklets, so that's participants material.
Technical, can we make sure that door stays closed when people are coming in and out? Technical.
Amanda, APHA, ASB, United States, why are we being recorded? It couldn't be stopped.
Yeah, that camera has to be stopped. I believe we require permission to be videotaped and photographed. I have a technical from BPHD Germany.
Sorry, from BPHD Germany. I just wanted to point out that actually when you look at the bottom of the document, there's a really good explanation for every single point. For example, for the participants' materials, there's also an extra point. So in the Excel document, you can find different pages and... Oh, you don't? Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay.
Okay. ASAP Switzerland, I'm going to do a technical here. I'll give you one comment and then stagger out the rest. Otherwise, we are going to have people just throwing out multiple comments all the time. Hope you understand.
So which comment first? Okay, I can do it like this. First of all, we just want to make a comment to your stuff you said before. The price, in our opinion, doesn't change if participant rates drop, because for some stuff like location, you have a fixed amount, which doesn't vary with the participants. And actually, I want to ask you now about your list, about your wish list when you get more sponsoring, like what's actually on that list. Because now I don't know what parts of the report are just like if you have enough money and which parts are essential and you will for sure.
Okay, so like I said, the priority list, unfortunately, I should have put that into the report. I'll make sure that I do it and I send it to the box. So we have e-voting, biometric system or barcode system for workshop attendance. Then we have increasing maybe the participants' social events. And then also the participant kit, like, isn't you notice there's the participant material, the t-shirts are there, the booklets are there, but then it's just to increase anything else that we can maybe just give up, since it will be sponsorship. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I kind of lost track where we were with the number of questions, but can I just gauge the GA at this point? How we feel about moving on to vote on this? Green if you feel like you have enough information, red if you do not. Okay, I am seeing a few red cards, so I'm going to take another 3 questions. Okay, GPSA Ghana.
GPSA Ghana, thank you very much for the presentation. I really like the new ideas. I just wanted to ask the number of house members. Can you scroll to see? We actually have 10 house members, so I wanted to ask, do you have any plans of increasing the numbers? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the RSC members, we do have 10 at the moment, and we have divided in such a way that the treasurer focuses on marketing and finance with subcommittees. The Secretary General focuses on participant registration. The Vice Chair focuses on symposiums and speakers, and the Chairperson focuses on logistics and social events. And we do have like branches. As you can see, I mentioned 4, which I would want to call in this case the executive. So, and then the 10 other branches. Then later on, as we move towards the event, we are to get 25 helping committee. They are not included in the budget because they were not going to be covered in the budget. But then we are going to have more people joining the reception committee as we move to that symposium. Thank you.
Okay, I believe I had Lithuania, followed by PhD Germany.
Hello, investors for Lithuania. I'm really surprised on the prices of meals. As you know, we have really bad experience of Indians and a little. And I'm really surprised of that the meals are really cheap. And I'm now like considering of the quality. Is it will be like really bad quality?
Yeah, it is. I want to say, if only there was someone who attended the IPSF African Symposium, they would be there to attest that when it comes to cuisine, Zimbabwe is the best. I am just a bias, but yeah, it's the best. So yeah, I do promise that you will have quality food that is also international. Of course, it will give you a bit of a feel of Zimbabwe, but yeah, the price, yes, that's how cheap it's going to be, because this is still a symposium, so we have negotiated fees for the meals, you know, and yeah, so.
Thank you very much. I have PhD Germany, followed by ASAP Switzerland.
Alex, PhD Germany. First of all, I'd like to thank you for this good overview over everything, and it's really nice to get into it. I just want to follow up on this low-cost thing. For example, for the evening events, you planned 1,500 euros at all for the whole Congress, and I think this is much too less. But it's just thinking of me. Please comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So as you can see, that's a breakdown of evening events. The expense that would have been huge would have been the DJ. So now the DJ we have him anyway. But so it's a PA system, and then the basic piece that we actually need is just decorating the place. Otherwise, there isn't much that's needed in terms of the actual running of the social events. And some of it is actually covered. For example, if you look at the gala night, let me just go back to the budget, the main budget. As you can see, for example, the opening dinner and the gala night, the charges in terms of the dinners are a bit high because we're going to be doing them at a separate venue. So we try to make sure that all the social events are at the venue and places that are close to the venue. Some of them are even a walkable distance. So that is why it's that cheap.
Thank you very much. At this point, I'll engage the GA once more. If you feel comfortable voting on this motion, green if you do, red if you do not. I think you know what I'm thinking. I will call on Sub Switzerland. Please do what I think you're going to do.
Okay, so just one short comment. I think 13 euros for 10 nights is very cheap, but maybe that's like it is. And if the GA doesn't want to discuss this, then I would propose a procedural motion to close the floor for discussion.
Okay, and it looks like that was seconded by Sudan. All those opposed to close the discussion? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to vote. Yes, we vote. All those opposed to, I'll bring the slides back up. Excellent. So, the motion reads, this the 61st IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the report of the chairperson of the 62nd IPSF World Congress Reception Committee 2015-2016. All those against accepting and adopting this report, please raise your voting cards high. Please support me. So those opposed to the motion? Okay. Any abstentions? Okay. If you are for this motion, please raise your voting cards high. Face them toward me and keep them high up into the air until we finish counting. Thank you very much. The result is 38 for, 1 against, 0 abstentions. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Let's have a big round of applause. Okay, I have an announcement from Mr. James White.
We'd just like to address the situation that's happened today and inform all participants of what has transpired over the last 2 or so. What has happened over the last 2 or so hours. After lunchtime, just before lunch, sorry, about 1:25, one of the participants noticed 3 men in a participant's room going through personal belongings and noting things down about this. The 3 people were hotel staff, and that has been confirmed with the hotel. Additionally, when they were confronted by the participant, asking what were they doing, they answered that they were doing a security check. This again has been confirmed by the hotel, and this has been confirmed this is in all participants' rooms. We did check with the girls that room it was. Nothing was stolen from the room. We have discussed this with the hotel, and from now on, there will be no automatic cleaning, and no hotel staff will be going into any participants' rooms without the express consent of the participant and the presence of the participant. If there's any, I think there's a bit more information from Stephanie on that.
Just as a clarification, we did talk to the hotel manager, and he said the 3 gentlemen in there were, one person was a cleaning staff, the second person was a security, a floor manager and a security guard. So the reason that they had all 3 was to, as an informed security measure, to make sure that things weren't being stolen from the rooms, because there has been that issue, and so that's why they implemented that. However, he did say that it was instructed to them to go through and write down every item of value that had been left open in the room. We informed him at that time that that was not acceptable. You cannot go through participants' belongings without their informed consent, and that can no longer happen. And then that's why we decided that room service will be no longer, or room cleaning, I guess, will be no longer unless you guys specifically inform the hotel yourselves and are in the room with them.
I would like to pass the chair to Baran.
Just so we can go through this quickly. IPSF. followed by Sub Denmark, followed by APJ, ASB.
Chris, PhD Germany, I agree with you. That is a totally unacceptable behavior. And I also would like to request an official apologize from the hotel manager to us, because it's a distrust in our conference, it's a distrust in the GA, the participants, and there's something else. I would like to know from the executive if it was informed that IPA members are giving interviews to the local TV centers on our conference.
Okay, so in regards to that, we will discuss the apology. Also to say that we, as Steph just said, we just found out that this is happening within the hotel, and we were not informed about IPA giving interviews. Then I have South Denmark, followed by APJ ASB.
Yeah, from South Denmark. What was the reason for the security check?
The reasoning behind it was that because belongings have gone missing, there is a security guard and the floor manager who will supervise the cleaning staff to ensure that nothing will be taken, as it was expected that the cleaning staff was taking or might be the ones taking the stuff. So that is why those people were set to follow as well. APJ ASB.
Amanda, APJ ASB United States. I know some of us who are traveling after this event or were participating in the tours were told that our luggage, like we could leave luggage at the hotel while we're traveling. This now brings up major concerns. No one's going to want to leave their luggage here when staff is going into people's rooms and searching their belongings every day. It's not a good idea. How can we trust that our luggage will be safe? And secondly, why I do not want to put any more work than you guys are already doing on the executive committee. I feel like it is in the best interest of IPSF that some sort of incident report be written up and submitted to the GA about this event.
Thank you, APJ ASB. We will follow up with that. Then I have New Zealand, and then, oh, Lucas. And then Egypt.
Rosie in Zeps, New Zealand. I find this incredibly disturbing, as I'm sure everyone does, and I would just like to check how you can confirm that there are going to be no people in our room. If the security guard was one of those people, then how can we trust anyone in the hotel, and how can you confirm that there is going to be nobody in our room when we are not in there? Thank you.
So I can't personally, or we can't personally say that we can 100% guarantee this. The only thing is that we have complete confirmation from the hotel manager, who is also the one who instructed for this to happen. But as I said, we can't give you 100% confirmation, as we can't be on all floors at all times to check whether that is happening or not. Technical GPC.
Can we have our CEO to answer these questions? Thank you.
Can RC please ask Neha to come here? I have another technical from BBC Germany. Oh, and then ASIP Switzerland, then BBC Germany.
Can we turn off the live streaming? Because I think at some point it just gets great damage into the federation.
Can you switch out the live stream, please?